morning, everyone, and welcome to Florida Cup Day, a Sunday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in a few moments. But first, we ask you to join us and please rise as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. Welcome to day number 71 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. It is Florida Cup Day, celebrating the Florida Bred this afternoon here with 6 great stakes races, 11 races on the card, set to get underway in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is good. We did have a little bit of overnight rain. The rail at 0 feet today. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 on the turf course at a mile. It's out of the stretch starting point. Scratch 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are both scratched. Scratch both the also eligibles out of today's first race. Again, race 1, the mile, starts the early pick 5. Just a reminder, too, race 1 features a super high 5 carryover of $40,548. It's a super high 5 carryover in the first race. Turning your programs to race number 2. Race 2, kicking off that early pick 4. It's the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club purse. Jockey overweight number 5, Bandero, is 2 pounds over, plus 2 on the 5, Bandero. Scratch 10, Poseidon's Myth. Number 10, Poseidon's Myth is scratched. Scratch 11, Haberdashery. Number 11, Haberdashery is scratched. Do take note, the number 12, Leopardi, will run. Number 12 draws in. And scratch the 13, Quencio. Number 13, Quencio, is scratched out of today's second race. So again, the scratches in race 2, scratch 10, 11, and 13. Race number 3, maiden special weight event, is clear. No changes in today's third race. Race 3 starts at middle pick 4, rather. Race number 4, the 22nd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. This race for 3-year-old Florida breds. Do take note, this race does start a special middle pick 5. A middle pick 5 covering races 4 through 8. Jockey change in this one on the 4, Rip Riding Away. Make the rider Antonio Gallardo. Antonio Gallardo rides number 4, Rip Riding Away. That horse is now plus 1 pound. Gallardo and plus 1 on the number 4. Scratch number 5, Just Relax. Number 5, Just Relax, is scratched. Scratch the 5 out of today's fourth race. With that scratch, take note, no super high 5 wagering in today's fourth, but it does start a special middle pick 5. Race number 5 will start a third pick 4. Just an ownership correction in the 5th. Number 11, Dimensionality, should read owner Michael Devlin. Michael Devlin owns the number 11, Dimensionality, in today's 5th. Race 6 starts the Ultimate 6. A jockey overweight on the number 3, Athena's Wisdom, plus 3 pounds. Plus 3 on the number 9, Athena's Wisdom, in today's 6th race. Race 6, number 9, is plus 3 pounds. Race 7 begins the All Stakes late pick 5. Today's 7th race, the Sophomore Filly Stakes. Scratch number 3, Spirited Boss. Number 3, Spirited Boss, is scratched. Scratch the 3. Also scratch number 5, Vuela Paloma. Scratch 3 and 5 out of today's 7th race. 3 and 5 scratched out of the 7th. Reminder that starts the All Stakes late pick 5. Race 8 is clear. No changes in today's 8th race. The Esmark Turf Classic, no changes. Field of 12 at a mile and 1/8, no changes. Race 9, the 22nd running of the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Scratch number 2, Dancing in Dixie. Number 2, Dancing in Dixie is scratched. Also scratch number 10, Bedrock Birdie. Scratch 2 and 10 out of today's 9th race. Race 10, the Naira Bet Sprint. Scratch number 1, Pure Class. Number 1, Pure Class is scratched. Scratch the 1 out of today's 10th race. Race 10, the Naira Bet Sprint. Scratch the 1. The 11th and final race, the Equistaff Sophomore Turf. Scratch number 1, Makoa. Number 1, Makoa is out. Scratch the 1. Number 3, Good Long Cry is plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the number 3, Good Long Cry in today's 11th and final. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. First post coming up in 29 minutes. Reminder, the opener starts not only the early pick 5, but has a $40,000 plus super high 5 carryover. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 minutes. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 11 of today's races. Special 12 o'clock post time is just 29 minutes away. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Florida Cup Day, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. We have got a tremendous 11 race card ahead of us, showcasing our beloved Florida breds. But we're going to get things started here, as well as that early pick 5 with the maiden 16. This is for 3-year-old fillies set at a mile on the turf. I'm going to go with the number 4 on top. That's Michaela in for Terry Pompey, dropping in after 3 starts against maiden 32 Company. She was well beaten the last 2, but one of them was off the turf. The other, she was drawn wide. She was set wide off the turn, and then as she tried to make a move and stretch, another horse who were inside bumped into her. That upset her stride further. Now, prior to that, she had put in 2 runner-up finishes, including at this level. Got beat just a length by Claimed, who wired, and then went on to win an optional start at 32. And Michaela, though second, take in mind, she was 7 3/4 lengths clear of third, which is why they felt that she deserved to be bumped up in class. I think she gets it done today. You got Marin aboard. The number 8, Thunder Princess. Well, she is in for Rigatieri, with Centeno getting aboard. Now, this girl had run well enough, even if not successfully, against maiden special weight competition last year in New York. But when she made her first start here, dropped in for 16, she got bumped out of the blocks. And it was already tough enough being in off a layoff, but then that in combination of that being the same January 5th race, which was won by Claimed, it made it too much to overcome. Next race came off the turf. She ran second. And then back on the grass, she had a wide trip, landed fourth, beaten 6 3/4 lengths. They took the blinkers off after that, but she ran on the main track, and she's actually in off a Shodo finish going to mile 40. But I do think that she's meant for grass, and that perhaps the combination of blinkers off and turf will make a difference. Her best race from a figure standpoint was her second, and that was before the blinkers went on. It was also her first start at 2 turns and against fillies, because she actually debuted in a sprint with the boys at Belmont at the Big A. Gonna complete the top 3 at the number 2. That is Spun to Perfection. I think she could improve in start 2. She loses Marin, but she gets another star, Sammy, in Camacho. She had the rail on debut in at this level, and despite the level, the pace was hot, with French Benefits putting in a 46 3/2 before getting reeled in by a nose by Bingo Baby. Spun to Perfection, she looked like she had some ability, but she was green, needed a race, hard to go 8.5 at first asking, and she's now cutting back to a mile. So I'm going to go 4-8-2 in race 1 to start Florida Cup Day and the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track, postparading for today's first race as we get set to kick off Florida Cup Day. First of 11 here. We're at a mile on turf. The turf is good. The rail at 0 feet. This is in the home stretch starting point. Field of 12 set to go. Scratch the two also eligible runners. 13 and 14 are both scratched. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $40,548. And we start that early pick 5, 33,000 plus already in that pool. You still got 7 minutes to get involved, 7 minutes to post time for the first here on Florida Cup Day. 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. Today's first, the early pick 5 in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first, ready to kick off Florida Cup Day 2025. 11 races set to go today. Don't forget that all-stakes late pick 5 coming up later. Our early pick 5 pool just about to jump over $60,000. Field of 12 here in the opener. Of course, that super high 5 carryover here, adding to the excitement of this one. 40,000 in that pool. Your post time favorite number 4, Michaela, at 2-1. Out to 4-1 on the number 7, Alice Fantastic, who's been bet down hard off that morning line. Maxi Romance going in. Here's Crosati along with Sunny Monday. Curban de Oro and Anna Jean are going to be the next pair. And we just await Wen and Roma and Paco Lopez to the outside. And it looks like we have Alice Fantastic, who is reared back in the gate, so we're going to have a delay here. Alice Fantastic reared back there is now in the hands of the assistant starters. We do have a late scratch here in today's first race on advice of the veterinarian and by order of the steward. Scratch number 7, Alice Fantastic. Number 7, Alice Fantastic, is scratched out of today's first. Refunds on all win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 combinations involving the number 7. If you had that runner in the early pick 5, you do still have some time to make adjustments to your wagers. If not, you will receive the post time favorite. Late scratch here, number 7, Alice Fantastic. Again, we will have just a short delay as Alice Fantastic will come off the track and head to the paddock. Late scratch here, number 7 out of today's first. Again, a reminder, a late scratch here of number 7, Alice Fantastic. A late scratch here at the gate. Just a short delay before we start the reloading process. Still got time to get in on that early pick 5 or the super high 5, a carryover of 40,000 and change. Early pick 5 pool now over 109,000. The super high 5 over 87,000. So both pools getting significant play here as the horses make their way back toward the starting gate for today's opener. Reloading process about to begin here for today's first. Goonie going to be the first one to move in, 12-1 right now. 3-2 favoritism on the number 4, Michaela. 5-2 on the number 9, Backseat Romance. As again, number 7, Alice Fantastic was a late gate scratch there. Looks like 5-1 on the outside, When in Roma. As Spun to Perfection goes in. Thunder Princess has gone forward. Here's Weather Lady, Backseat Romance, the next pair. Michaela coming up to gate 4. Your 3-2 favorite goes forward. Here's Sunny Monday. Crosati. Ronnie Allen Jr. up to gate 5. Here's Anna Jean out to post 11. Swinging on Curban d'Oro. And When in Roma will be set for a start, ready to kick off. Florida Cup Day 2025. 22nd edition of this big day here in Florida. Celebrating the Florida bred as When in Roma and Paco Lopez to the outside to complete the line. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for Goonie down toward the inside. Curban d'Oro was away quick in the center. And Curban d'Oro going to go up to grab the early initiative as they come by the wire the first time around. It's Curban d'Oro. Goonie out second. Spun to Perfection is third. Some trouble back there. Sunny Monday had some traffic and is now at the back of the fares. So they go toward that first turn. Curban d'Oro is narrowly in front of Spun to Perfection. Crosati going to be 3 deep. When in Roma 4 wide as they stack up across the track. Goonie just in behind them in 5th. Weather Lady is 6th, then amongst horses in the red and blue colors. After that comes Thunder Princess, who starts to advance. Michaela is running back in 8th. Right to that one's outside. Advancing now is Backseat Romance 9th. It's 2 more back to Sunny Monday, who had that traffic trouble. And Anna Jean is 11th and last. Your trailer is about 10 or 11 off the early lead. 23-3 the opening quarter mile time, and it's Curban d'Oro to lead them. Curban d'Oro goes past that half-mile pole, length and a half in front. Stalking in second, When in Roma. It's another length then back to Thunder Princess third. Break of two more. Back to Crosati. Moving between horses. Goonie starts to advance in the red and yellow colors. Is now up to fourth. Meanwhile, Splendid Perfection has lost a spot. Is being joined by Michaela on the outside. So they head to that far turn off of 47 and 3. Opening half mile time. Curbandi Oro. Thunder Princess out wide. Starting to gain with When in Roma right between them. And those three across the course as they come to the top of the stretch. That trio 2.5 in front of Backseat Romance, who's back and forth. They come to the top of the lane. Curbandi Oro cuts the corner narrowly in front. Thunder Princess with a final furlong to try to push on by. When in Roma's back to third on the far outside. Backseat Romance continues to make some progress, but a final 16th to go. Curbandi Oro still there. Adamar Santos and Curbandi Oro, a huge price, trying to get there with 50 yards to go. Backseat Romance lunges. Curbandi Oro is 60 to 1. Backseat Romance was second, then came Thunder Princess. Six, 9, 8, 4, and 12. Curbandi Oro, a 60 to 1 upset winner here. Curbandi Oro, your upset winner here of the first race. Results are now official, $122, so a even 60 to 1 on your winner. Curbandi Oro, a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Curban out of Rashika, was bred in Kentucky by John McCormick. Tim Padilla, Charlene Gabler, and Dennis Fitzpatrick are the winning owners. Tim Padilla, the winning trainer, and Adamar Santos aboard for that big upset win here, 60 to 1 on Curbandi Oro. The high five did get hit a few times, 13,000 plus for that $1 high five. 6-9 exacta, $211.40. Trifecta, $684.30. Dime Super, $310.83. The high five for a buck, $13,743. Today's second race is coming up in 20 minutes at 12:33 p.m. Race 2 is the Florida Thoroughbred Phillies Club Purse. An $8,000 claiming event at a mile and 40 yards. Number 5 Banderos plus 2 pounds. Scratch 10, 11, and 13. The 12 does draw in and will run. Number 12 will run. So we'll have a full field of 10 set to go the mile and 40. Post time coming up in just 20 minutes. There was a claim in today's first race. Number 9 Backseat Romance was claimed by owner-trainer Patrick McBurney. Patrick McBurney claims the number 9 out of the first.
Race 2 is going to kick off our early pick 4. It's an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. One of Yellow starts the number 7 in here. That is Admiral's Wave, and he won an 8 and 2 well here, 2 back in just the second main track start he's ever had at Tampa. The other was back in March of last year when he was overmatched, making a first off the layup over good ground, going 7 furlongs against Silver Slugger. That was in a 25 and 2 well. Now, in the most recent start, he had the inside. He got bumped out of the gate and then off the turn for home. He tried to get through a seam that was too narrow. He had to check back. In the end, he finished third, beaten 5 1/4, and was 4 1/4 back of Braggadocious, whom he'd beaten the start prior. So I think he can improve here with a better trip. Next, I'll go with the number 4. That is Estelio Magico. He was 4th, beaten 5 1/4 last out at the level as the post-time favorite. He was in off a runner-up finish, going 8 1/2 to Ever Do It, who won again out of there, put up a 76 buyer, scoring an open 10. But last out, going the mile 40, the drop was more of an issue. He couldn't draw in before that turn came up, and later, off the turn for home, he lost balance into the horse to his inside, and that, of course, upset his stride all the more. Now, I think he can rebound here, and I like the vote of confidence with Sammy Marin staying aboard. And it's funny because Arriagata Racing owns Estelio Magico, who's being sent out by Michael Simone today. Well, Juan Arriagata co-owns and sends out as a trainer the number 8 Bounteous, who has been good here this meet as well, save for that last outing, which was an off-the-turf 16 and 3L. He was in there off a 4th place finish. This was after getting bumped out of the blocks in the February 5th 8 and 3L, and that was after he got beat just neck at the level in the slot. But I don't think it was just the off-going moving that boy up that day. He had run well on fast prior to that and over others in here. So I'm going to go 7-4-2 in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
The horses onto the track postbraiding for today's second race, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse, an $8,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll beat a mile and 40 yards on the fast main track. Scratch numbers 10, 11, and 13. 10, 11, 13 are scratched. The 12 does draw in off the also eligible list. Number 5, Banderos, plus £2. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that early. Pick 4. Post time coming up in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse, in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club Purse. Field of 10 at 1 mile and 40 yards on the fast main track. Your 2-1 favorite, number 7, Admiral's Wave. 5-2 on the number 2, Braggadocious. Here is Braggadocious moving forward. Admiral's Wave coming up, so the two favorites moving in simultaneously. Gun right to gate 3. Here's Bounteous. Stilo Magico to the 4th stall. Samuel Marin right now at 5-1. Here's Street Vendor. Bandero moving up, just waiting on Leopardi. Will be all set for a start. Today's early pick 4. One of 4 pick 4s on today's card. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Stilo Magico set for speed early on. Breath deeply down toward the inside was away in good fashion. And also Admiral's Wave right there with the leaders as they run to that first turn. Leopardi trying to work over from that outside draw, but going to be hung out 4 wide. As Breath deeply, Estilo Magico, and Admiral's Wave, those 3 across the course. Leopardi coming up to join them 4 deep from 4th. It's a length more back to a lineup of 3. Braggadocious back in 5th. Right, that was outside Bandero. 3 wide for Bounteous in the pink cap. Another break of 2.5. Back to Street Vendor, who races 3rd last. Diamond Mesa, and the early trailer is Gun Right as they work onto the back stretch. 24-2, the opening quarter mile. Estilo Magico, a narrow leader. It's Estilo Magico in front by half a length to Admiral's Wave. Breath deeply. Leopardi out 4 deep. Those 4 still in a cluster as they go toward that half-mile pole. They're 2 in front of Braggadocious. Bounteous starts to inch forward on the outside. Again, Black Silk's pink cap is now 6th. Bandero 7th between horses. 3 more back to Diamond Mesa. Then comes Street Vendor, and Gun Right still trails. 47-3, the opening half-mile time. Estilo Magico and Leopardi. These two try to separate. Admiral's Wave. Paco Lopez now getting that one in gear up on the outside. And here's Admiral's Wave moving up 3 wide. Breath Deeply is back 4th, 2 lengths behind the top 3. It's another 2 then. Back to the pair of Bounteous and Bandero. Diamond Mesa trying to run on from the back. They come to the top of the stretch. Leopardi not cornering especially well. That's taking Admiral's Wave out, but those 2 are narrowly in front of Estilo Magico. Breath Deeply has a seam down at the 2 path trying to run through. Diamond Mesa's also made up really good ground. A final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Leopardi between horses. Admiral's Wave. Diamond Mesa looking for a split. Going to take toward the inside now. Leopardi, Admiral's Wave. These 2 separate. Admiral's Wave on the outside. Leopardi on the inside. They hit the wire. Admiral's Wave got it. Leopardi was 2nd. 3-horse photo there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between a late closing Gun Right, Diamond Mesa, and Estilo Magico. Photo finish. Please hold all tickets. Winner number 7, Admiral's Wave. Second, number 12, Leopardi. Third, number 3, Gunright. Fourth, number 4, Stilo Magico. Fifth, number 6, Diamond Mesa. 7, 12, 3, 4, and 6. Your unofficial order, 141.66 the final time. Admiral's Wave, your second race winner, as the 2-1 slight favorite. 6-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Palace Malice out of Lucky Song was bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm. MMA Racing LLC, the winning owners. Juan Carlos Avila, the winning trainer. Paco Lopez aboard for the winning ride as Admiral's Wave victorious here in today's second, the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club purse. Exacta 7 and 12, $140.20. The trifecta $594.75. Dime Super $413.62. Daily Double $275.60. The high five, nobody had it, so we'll have a carryover to the third race. $1,126. Race 3 is coming up next in just 23 minutes. No scratches or changes here. It's a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 6 furlongs. We'll start that middle pick 4, post time in 23 minutes. Pleased to welcome in our featured group to the winner's circle. It's the Florida Thoroughbred Fillies Club joining the winning connections as our featured group here for today's second race. A warm welcome to Tampa Bay Downs. Did have a claim in today's second race. Number 6, Diamond Mesa was claimed. Goes to USA Thoroughbreds and Cavallino Racing. Kelly Breen, the new trainer. Kelly Breen claims the 6.
Race 3 is a main special weight for 3-year-olds, set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Red Miller, is a first-time starter for Terra Nova, debuts with Lasix and Sammy Camacho up. That work tab's intriguing. I like the nice stamina building 6 furlong work on there, followed by a 4 furlong sharpener. And if you go further back, he was working quite well at Belmont, even fired a 47-1 bullet drill, which was the fastest of 111 others back in November. He is by Ultra Hot sire Vacoma, and then he's out of scripted by Mission Impassable. She's a half-sister to multiple stakes winner Grade 1 place Conquest Mo Money and hails from the family of Serenading, Brilliant Speed with Approval, Touch Gold, and this boy's great granny, stakes winner Grade 1 place Dejin. The number 5, King Gerald, a first-time starter for Kathleen O'Connell, debuts with Lasix. He's a son of Instagram, who won his debut by 10 ahead of scoring the Best Pal. Later ran third in the Gotham and the Santa Anita Derby. Mom was a first-out winner as well. She took a main special weight at Santa Anita, and the family includes Grade 1 winner Run Man Run. We'll see if this boy can. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 3. That is Divine Peace, trained by Leandro Moreno Barbin. This son of Uncle Mo, Scion Caracaro, is out of Market Buzz by Aftermarket. She, the mom, 3/4 sister to multiple Grade 1 winner and millionaire Giant Oak, whose wins include the Clark and the Don. She's also a 3/4 sister to another stakes winner in Apple Martini and another one in Oakbrook. And Granny here, Grade 3 winner Crafty Oak, who equaled the track record when she won the 60 sales. So I'm going to go 2-5-3 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
The horse is on the track post-sprinting for today's third race, race 3, a maiden special weight event. Here starts the second pick 4 on today's card. Field of 9 set to go to post. No scratches or changes here in today's third race. Race number 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, pick 4. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,126. Post time for the third, 7 minutes. Five minutes. Fans, if you're joining us on track, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs merchandise, gifts, apparel, and more. Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor near the main entrance. Today's third race in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's third race in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Field of 9 here at 6 furlongs, maiden special weight group. 4 first-time starters, and your current favorite, 2-1, number 7, Bridoza. 5-2 on the number 2, Red Miller, one of those firsters. Here is Red Miller coming up. Sammy Camacho coming off another big day yesterday. Dreamliner's Kid coming forward. Marcos Meneses for Arthur Agostini. Here's Divine Peace, also debuting here. This one, a 13-1 price. Bridoza, your 2-1 favorite, moving up. Winning on Pico Platt, Love Bucks, and What a Steal will be all set for a start here in today's third. Stakes action starts up next in today's fourth. Again, 6 stakes on today's card, and all stakes late pick 5 starts in race 7. Here's What a Steal, Mike Allen to the outside. What a Steal coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Currency Adios from that inside draw was out quickest and sprints right to the early lead. King Gerald, away in good order, is now taking over second. Pico Plat now third. Dreamliner's Kid, Love Bucks, they're out wide, fourth and fifth. Far outside is What a Steal. Moving up to that one's inside. Divine Peace now goes up to about fifth. Red Miller came away toward the back of affairs, is eighth and already about 9 or 10 behind. It's 3 more to Bridoza, who's the early trailer. So 2 of the favorites, in fact, the 2 favorites are the 2 at the back as they run toward that far turn. 21.57 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Currency Adios sprints past the 3/8 pole, 3/4 of a length in front of King Gerald in that second spot. Up on the outside, Dreamliner's Kid draws to within 2 of the lead. It's 2.5 more back to Pico Plat. Love Bucks is fifth in the pink cap, still about 6 or 7 adrift. It's 4 more back to Red Miller, who's starting to get in gear. Bridoza also trying to run on. They've still got some work to do, though. Currency Adios and Sunny Leone lead him into the stretch. King Gerald to the attack on the outside. These two come by the 8th pole. Here's King Gerald right up alongside of Currency Adios. In behind them, Pico Plat, Dreamliner's Kid. Red Miller looks to be too late. A final 16th to go. King Gerald and Hector Diaz Jr. in front and going away. King Gerald at 5-2, going to win it here by 2.5 in the end. Currency Adios was second. Pico Plat third. Love Bucks fourth. Dreamliner's Kid looked to get fifth. Five, 1, 4, 8, and 6. 5, 1, 4, 8, 6, the unofficial order. 110.61 the final time. Results are now official. King Gerald, the debut winner here. $7.80 on the win for King Gerald. King Gerald is a 3-year-old bay colt by Instagram out of Queen Layla. Was bred in Kentucky by Ballyfair Bloodstock. DeBello Racing LLC, along with GSK Holdings LLC, are the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Hector Diaz Jr. aboard for the winning ride. As King Gerald, first-time starter winner here in today's third. Exact to $38.50. The trifecta $101.55. Dime Super $259.58. Daily Double $15.60. That early pick 3 $1,074.65. Once again, nobody had that super high five, so that will carry over to the fifth race on the card. Again, no super high five coming up in the fourth. So race 5 will feature a $3,503 super high five carryover. Race 4 starts the stakes action here today. It's the 22nd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. A field of 6 set to go here. Scratch the 5, just relax. Jockey change on the 4, Rip Riding Away. Make the rider Antonio Gallardo. That horse is now plus £1. Post time for today's fourth. Start that middle pick 5. A special middle pick 5 starts next in 26 minutes at 1:39.
Race 4 starts our middle pick 5 with the Ocala Breeder Sales Sophomore Stakes. It's for 3-year-old registered Florida breds, and it's set at 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 6, Macho Music. Looks like he just towers over this group. He's trained by Rohan Crichton. He's in off a runner-up finish in the Swale Stakes at Gulfstream Park, in which he put up an 84 buyer figure. The winner was Gate to Wire. He earned a 93 for the score, and then he ran 5th, beaten 4.5 by Sovereignty in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. Macho Music, he was making a second off the layoff when running in the Swale. He had previously run 4th in the Mile Mucho Macho Man Stakes. But not only was he making a first start since October, he had a less than ideal start that afternoon. He was also running without blinkers for the first time. So they put those back on after that. You got Javier Castellano aboard. The number 2, Madhouse, making a first start for Brendan Walsh. This boy debuted here at Tampa and then ran second, beaten 3 by John Hancock, who then won our Sam F. Davis Stakes. They stretched this boy out to 2 turns next, and he had to settle for the show dough after traffic troubles. Back to 1 turn with a smooth go of it. I think he looks to be the biggest threat. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 7, that is P4. Won the Tampa debut here for Michael Yates after 3 starts at Gulfstream. He won by 5 1/4, so he obviously took to the track well. Big step up here, but he could prove good enough for at least a piece. Gonna go 6, 2, 7 in the Ocala Breeder Sales Sophomore.
The horses on the track post spreading for today's fourth event. It's the first of our 6 stakes races on Florida Cup Day, the 22nd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. 3-year-old registered floorbreds and 7 furlongs. Presenting the field, number 1 is Cajun Venom. Deborah Doherty is the owner. Greg Sacco trains and Paco Lopez rides. Number 2 is Madhouse. James Theris is the owner. Brendan Walsh trains. Sammy Camacho, the pilot. 3 is Centerfold Guy. Mala Mullins is the owner. Arno Dauber is the trainer. Sarah Hess on board. 4 is Rip Riding Away. James Fugate and Paul Higgins are the owners. Kathleen O'Connell trains. Antonio Gallardo rides. Scratch the 5. Number 6 is Macho Music. Rohan Crichton, Mark Fletcher, and Taylor and Daniel Waters are the owner. Rohan Crichton trains. Javier Castellano rides. Completing the field, number 7 is P4. Masked Thoroughbreds LLC, the owners. Michael Yates trains and Marcos Meneses up. Post time for today's fourth and co-featured event, the 22nd running of the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes. It's just 5 minutes away. Reminder, this race does start a special middle pick 5. Get a special middle pick 5 on today's 11 race card, getting underway here in today's fourth. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, the 22nd running, the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes, in just 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race, the Ocala Breeders' Sales Sophomore Stakes, in just 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth race. $110,000 guaranteed Ocala Breeder Sale Sophomore Stakes. This race for 3-year-olds. As we kick off our Florida Cup Day Stakes action, I want to welcome lots of the great Florida breeders and owners and horse people joining us here at the track today, competing for these great purses and great races. It's been a fun day so far and lots left to come. Here's Madhouse moving up right now at 4-1. Your second choice, the big favorite, number 6, Macho Music, at 1-5. Here's Long Shot Centerfold Guy, 39-1. Rip Riding Away coming forward, just waiting on Macho Music, and P4 will be all set for a start. Today's fourth event. Macho Music goes in, P4 to the outside draw. P4 goes forward. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Ocala Breeder Sales Sophomore Stakes. Caught him in a good line. Macho Music and Madhouse, so the two favorites going out front early on as P4 is away to their outside and third as they come toward the main track proper. Cajun Venom's down toward the inside of the pink. Rip Riding Away is close up as well. It's going to be Macho Music, though, and Javier Castellano to go up and take the lead. Macho Music a length in front of a line of 4 then. Madhouse, Cajun Venom to the inside. P4 way out wide. Rip Riding Away is right between them there in the orange colors. It's 2.5 more back to Centerfold Guy, who is the early trailer. Just over a half mile left to go. 22.52 was that opening quarter mile. Macho Music at 2-5. Leads them by the half-mile pole. P4 starts to apply a little pressure up on the outside as they run into the turn. Cajun Venom's a length and a half now, 2 back in that third position. It's a length and a half more to Rip Riding Away. Trying to get going is Madhouse, and it's another 8 or 9 back to Centerfold Guy, who is the trailer. Around that turn, 44-3 was Macho Music's opening half mile. Macho Music starting to get away here from P4, who's now 2 lengths back in second. Madhouse up on the outside, swinging into action from third. Cajun Venom's fourth. Long way back to Rip Riding Away and Centerfold Guy. Macho Music isolated here as they come to the 8th pole. It's Macho Music, a 6 or 7 length advantage to P4, Madhouse, Cajun Venom. Those three lined up, battling for second. But first, might be over as Macho Music well in command here. Macho Music going to go on to win here by more than 10 lengths. Macho Music in the Ocala Breeder Sales Sophomore Stakes. Second looked to be P4 holding off Cajun Venom. Madhouse finished 4th. 1:21.30 seconds. Very impressive time there. 7 furlongs for Macho Music. Six, 7, 1, 2, and 4. Macho Music, your favorite winner. Results are official. Macho Music returns 280 for the win. Into the winner's circle goes Macho Music. Macho Music, your winner of the OBS Sophomore Stakes. 3-year-old bay colt by McLean's Music out of Southern Girl was bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm. Rohan Crichton, Mark Fletcher Taylor, and Daniel Walters are the owners. Rohan Crichton trains. Javier Castellano aboard for the winning ride. Very happy to welcome in Tom Ventura, who presents to the winning connections here of Macho Music. Price is on the board. Today's fifth race is coming up next in 27 minutes at 2:17 p.m. Race 5 starts another pick 4. It's a maiden special win on turf, a field of 12. Set to go in here. It's at 1 1/8 on the grass, and we have a super high five carryover, $3,503. Post time in 27 minutes for the fifth. Trophy presentation time coming up in the winner's circle. Again, we're happy to welcome Tom Ventura from the Ocala Breeders Sales to present to the winning connections of Macho Music. Trophy presentation for the Ocala Breeders Sales Sophomore Stakes to the winning connections of Macho Music. Again, happy to welcome Tom Ventura from OBS joining us here to present to the winning connections of Macho Music. Congratulations. Horses onto the track, post parading for today's fifth race. We start the third of our pick fours. It's a maiden special weight event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 1.125 miles on the turf. The turf is good. The rail at 0 feet. No scratches or jockey changes here, just an ownership correction on the 11 dimensionality. Should read owner Michael Devlin. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a pick 4 as well, and we have a super high 5 carryover of $3,503. Post time for the 5th in 6 minutes. The horses are making their way out of the turf course. They starting that walk up the long chute to the 1.125 starting point, just over 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 5th race. Start of another pick 4 here. Full field of 12 and a mile and an eighth on turf. Maiden special way for the 3-year-old fillies. Your post time favorite, 5-2 down to the inside. Number 1 Uncommon. Luis Saez for Christophe Clement. Sugar Fina going to be next to join. Here's Inasperi, another Christophe Clement horse. He'll have the 2 inside runners. Subsidy will be next, one of 2 Chad Brown trainees in here. The other Mimsy, who is the lone first-time starter. Mimsy's 3-1 right now. Mona L has gone in. Here's Romina down to the 3rd stall, so the field's halfway in. Mimsy and Still Thinking of You are going to be the next 2. Mimsy and Sammy Camacho to gate 4. Here's Dimensionality, Bella Alessia. They'll be the next pair. The final 2 will be Kaya and Via La Pasa will be all set for a start. Today's 5th race here on Florida Cup Day. Bella Alessia goes in. Kaya to gate 6. Via La Pasa and Jesus Castanon. Jesus had a couple winners yesterday. Via La Pasa is going to be the final one to join. 12 of them set to roll. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Romina down toward the inside, got away in good order. Also, Uncommon is flashing speed down along the fence, and Uncommon going to go narrowly to the front. Romina in that second position. Kaya starts to work up 3 deep, 4 wide. Sugar Fina, and way up on the outside there is Mona L. As they come into the stretch for the first time, it's Uncommon, Romina, and Kaya. They're 1, 2, 3 across the track by the wire. Break of 2 more lengths. Back to Sugar Fina, who's in joint 4th. Moving through to that one's inside. Still Thinking of You. Mona L's going to be 4 deep as they run into that turn. Then comes Bella Alessia. In behind them, Inasperi in the turquoise colors. Right to that one's outside is Subsidy. Subsidy just had a little bump there along with Inasperi. Dimensionality's back running in 10th. Mimsy is 11th in the early going, and it's 3 more back to Via La Pasa, the trailer. As Uncommon, Luis Saez cut the quarter in front. 23-3 the opening quarter. They start their backstretch journey. It's Uncommon, a length and a tail to the good of Romina in that second position. Still Thinking of You comes through down along the inside from 3rd. Out wide Mona L. Between them, Kaya's 5th in the blue and green colors. Bella Alessia starts to make a little progress from 6th down along the inside. Dimensionality's also moving forward in 7th in those light blue colors, but going to be cast out 3 or 4 wide as they run toward that far turn. 47-3 was the opening half-mile time for Uncommon, who takes them to the far turn, a length and a half in front of Romina. On the outside, Mona L. Still Thinking of You continues to go forward down along the inside, is right in that second flight. Dimensionality's lifting out 4 deep. Romina just had some traffic trouble there and checked right out of town. As they come to the top of the stretch, Uncommon is the leader. Uncommon past the 3/16 pole. Still Thinking of You Mona L, they're out 2 and 3 deep respectively, coming after Uncommon here. Still thinking of you. Still thinking of you. Uncommon tries to battle back toward the inside. Kaya Dimensionality trying to run on from the outside. Still thinking of you hits the front. Kaya Dimensionality late run in a Sperry. Still thinking of you is there. Still thinking of you, a 6-1 winner. Second ended up very close there between Innisperry and Dimensionality. Fourth was Kaya. $149.91 seconds, the final time. Still thinking of you, a 6-1 winner. Tan in a photo, close photo there for second. Second went to the 2 in Aspere. Third, number 11, Dimensionality. Fourth, number 6, Kaya. And fifth, number 4, Mimsy. 10-2, 11, 6, and 4. Your unofficial order. Please hold all tickets. Results are now official. $15.80 on the win for Still Thinking of You. Still Thinking of You to the winner's circle. A winner here. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Daredevil. Out of Courage is a Majority. It's bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Richard Scheibel. Eagle View Farm LLC, the winning owners. Derek Ryan, the winning trainer, riding double for jockey Paco Lopez. Still Thinking of You, victorious today's fifth. Prices on your television monitor. Nobody had that super high 5, so we'll carry over $6,542. Early pick 5 returns $13,328. The early pick 4, $124.65. That's what a 60 to 1 in the first will do for you. The dime super $696.18. Race 6 is up next in 25 minutes at 2:52 p.m. Today's sixth race starts the Ultimate Six. Jackpot carryover $6,861. A field of 9 to go postward. Post time for the sixth race coming up next in 24 minutes.
Race 6 is going to kick off the Ultimate 6, and it's for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, or which have never won 2 races, or an optional claiming price of $16,000. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. I hope the number 5 Awesome Pick proves to be an awesome pick. She's one of those horses who used to be able to throw it down against tougher. She's stakes placed. She's an allowance winner. She just seemingly has come off form a bit. She finished 8th in her first main track start here this meet against an optional 32 and 2X field, and the runner-up, Immortal Love, she won at that level next out, put up a 71 buyer figure. So they try to get Awesome Pick a bit more class relief at this level, and she collided with the horse to her inside out of the gate. Ultimately finished 6th, beaten 5. I think with a smooth go from the blocks, she would have performed better. And today they are trying something new, blinkers. So we'll see if that offers a new perspective for this mare. The number 7, Factor Bella. She's still looking for that second career win, but she's been oh so close on multiple occasions, including last out when she got beat just 3/4 of a length on the turf against Allowance Company sprinting 5 furlongs. She'd had 4 starts on our main track prior to that, got beat half a length by the aforementioned Immortal Love, then a neck by Chem Major, and then after a wide trip, she finished 5th, being a length and a quarter as the post-time favorite by Happy Bella, and in 3rd was Bunny Hop, who beat her next out by a length and 3/4, going 7. Now that race produced 2 next out winners, both of whom earned figures of 86 in their next starts. You had Catherine Wheel go on to win an optional 45 and 1X at Aqueduct, and here's the kicker, who had finished 4th. That one next won an optional 25 and 1X by 4.5 lengths at Gulfstream. The number 9 in for Cahill, tough mare who's finished in the money here in 8 of 11 starts over the track. Got beat just a neck last out at the level going 6 furlongs, and she was dipping back in after finishing 5th after having started from the far outside in that February 14th optional 32 and 2X. That's her only off the board finish here this meet. Gotta respect. Gonna go 5, 7, 9 in race 6, and your Ultimate 6 starts now.
On to the track for today's sixth race. We start the Ultimate Six in here. 6,542 is the Super High 5 carryover. 6,861 is that Ultimate Six Jackpot carryover. $16,000 allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs on the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 9, Athena's Wisdom, is 3 pounds over. Race 6 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start the Ultimate Six in just 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, the Ultimate Six, in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the gate. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6, start of the Ultimate 6. Field of 9 set to go 7 furlongs. Your 3-2 favorite, number 7, Factor Bella. Samuel Marin for Tony Wilson. Been the favorite throughout. 9-2 down on the inside. Practicality will be the first one to join. Athena's Wisdom out wide at 5-1, your third choice. Here's Awesome Pick moving in. Qualificata, and it's good to be Jose. Here's Qualificata. Jermaine Bridgemahan in town to ride. Factor Bella to gate 7, your favorite. 3-2. Here's Mortastic in the Maria Bauer sock colors. Just Mercy and Awesome Empress going to be the next pair, and then the final one will be Athena's Wisdom. Will be all set for a start. Today's Ultimate 6 on Florida Cup Day. Sun's poking out. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Oldsmar. Hope it's pleasant weather wherever you might be watching us today. Awesome Empress, Sammy Camacho to gate 4, which is waiting on Athena's Wisdom and Vernon Bush to the outside draw. Ready to start the Ultimate 6 on this Sunday Florida Cup Day card. Here's Athena's Wisdom to the outside draw. Athena's Wisdom backing away. Now goes in. And a few of them acting up there fractious. Starter heading over toward the gate. Looks like somebody might have popped the gate open. There are some large trees in my view way, so I couldn't quite tell who it was. But I can't see the assistant starter now getting out of the way. We should be ready for a start. And the race is on. Factor Bella got out quickly down toward the inside. Practicality is driving through, and also Awesome Pick right there in the early going. Between horses, Qualificata is handy as well. It's going to be Awesome Pick, Practicality, Qualificata there 1, 2, 3 early on as Awesome Pick a length and a half in front of Practicality. Qualificata out wide. Athena's Wisdom up to 4th. Factor Bella broke good, but is back a joint 5th. Joined on the inside by Mortastic and Awesome Empress. So then 2 more back to It's Good to be Jose, and Just Mercy is your early trailer. About 11 or 12 lengths off the lead. They have a half mile left to go, 21-3. Awesome Pick blazing a trail out there. Awesome Pick in front by just over 2 lengths. Athena's Wisdom up on the outside of Practicality. They're trying to close in from 2nd and 3rd. They're now 3 lengths in front of Qualificata, who's back in 4th. Toward the inside, Mortastic advancing from 5th. Factor Bella's 6th right now, about 5.5 off the top, but is starting to gain up on the outside. It's Good to be Jose, Just Mercy, both trying to launch their runs from the back. They have pace to run into, 43-4. Athena's Wisdom up alongside of Awesome Pick. The closers, they are coming though. On the outside, starting to wind up, It's Good to be Jose and Factor Bella. Athena's Wisdom, an arrow leader into the stretch. Factor Bella, It's Good to be Jose. It's Good to be Jose. Rallying strongly on the outside, and It's Good to be Jose up to grab the lead. Battling on toward the fence is Athena's Wisdom. Factor Bella stalled out a touch there in 3rd. It's Good to be Jose. Had a ton of pace to run into and is opening up at 9-1. It's Good to be Jose. Antonio Gallardo. They won it by 7 or 8 in the end. 2nd, Athena's Wisdom, then Factor Bella after that Practicality and Awesome Empress. 69714, 69714 the unofficial order, 122.44 the final time. Results official, $20.20 on the win for It's Good to Be Jose. 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Constitution out of Secret Passion was bred in Kentucky by Wilbert Tam. Peter Vetrano, the winning owner. Kate Tomasi, the winning trainer. Antonio Gallardo aboard for that winning ride. It's Good to Be Jose. From Off the Pace wins today's 6th. Six nine exact to 61.60. The trifecta 111.25. The dime super $97.51. Daily double $126.40. Pick three $77.05. The pick four $499.85. The high five was hit for $7,719 and change. Today's 7th race starts our all stakes late pick 5. As we get into the meat of our Florida Cup Day card here. Field of 6 set to go for the sophomore fillies will be at 7 furlongs. Scratch the 3 Spirited Boss. Number 3 is out. Also scratch the 5 Vuela Paloma. Number 5 Vuela Paloma is scratched. Field of 6 remain in. We'll start that late pick 5 coming up next in just 22 minutes at 3:22 p.m. We did have a claim in that 6th race. Number 9, Athena's Wisdom, was claimed, and a two-way shake goes to Lima Horse Racing trainer Pablo Torres. Again, a reminder, race 7 starts our all stakes late pick 5. Already 31,000 in that pool. Still got 21 minutes to post time for the all stakes pick 5. Getting underway with the Stonehenge Farm South sophomore fillies.
Race 7 is going to kick off the late pick 5 with the Stonehenge Farm South sophomore fillies. It's for 3-year-old registered Florida breds set at 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Frida, she's in for Jose D'Angelo. Got Sammy Marin aboard. She's in off a 5th place finish in the Grade 2 Devona Dale. It was just a 5-horse field, yes, but she was in tough. The winner was the Queen's MG, who had won the Grade 3 Adirondack by 9 lengths, and she picked up further black type after that. You had Lacara in second. She had won our Suncoast by 6 1/4, and she earlier as a 2-year-old won the Grade 3 Pocahontas. In third was Ballerina D'Oro. She was in off a runner-up finish, beaten just a length by Mohima in the Grade 2 Demoiselle. So, though it was only a 5-horse field, it was a toughie, and that race was off a 5th place finish in the Grade 3 Ford Gal, a race in which the Queen's MG had finished 3rd, and you had Unchained Elaine in 4th. Unchained Elaine next won the Any Limit by 2 lengths. So yeah, I think Frida has been in tough. She could do quite well here today. The number 6, Win and You're In, is in for Carlos David, taking the blinkers off after she did not run well with them, trying them for the first time last out in the Ruthless Stakes at Aqueduct. She had previously run 3rd here in the Gasparilla Stakes, and this was after a wide trip from the outside hole. Runner-up Lynn's Milky Way next put up a 78 Beyer figure, scoring an optional starter 50 at Gulfstream by 8 lengths. The 4th place Mrs. Worldwide was in there, off scoring our Sandpiper Stakes, and she went on to get beat just a neck in the Grade 3 Here Comes the Bride on turf. Now this girl, she has been a solid competitor. Her only other bad start apart from that last outing was the My Dear Girl at 8 1/2 furlongs. So back at 7 without the blinkers, I think she's got a big chance today. I respect our Morning Brew. She's beaten Win and You're In before. She's making a 2nd off the layoff, exiting a 3rd place finish off the bench in the Any Limit Stakes. But I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 8. That is Bella Cleopatra, trained by George Weaver. She looks to be working lights out, and last out, she scored a Florida bred allowance at Gulfstream by 2 1/2 lengths, overcoming a bad start. This was off a Shoto performance to Mrs. Worldwide in the juvenile filly sprint there at Gulfstream, going 6 1/2 furlongs, and you just can't discount these Vacomas. So I'm going to go 1, 6, 8 in the Stonehenge South sophomore fillies, which again starts the late pick 5.
The horses onto the track, post printing for today's 7th race. We start the All Stakes Pick 5 here. It's the 22nd running of the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs. Presenting the field, number 1 is Frida. Legamo Racing Stable LLC are the owners. Jose D'Angelo trains and Samuel Marin rides. Number 2 is Hey Cookie. Stonehenge LLC the owners. Kathleen O'Connell trains. Hector Diaz Jr. with the mount. Scratch the 3, number 4, La Gioconda. GDS Racing Stables the owners. Gustavo Delgado trains. Paco Lopez rides. Scratch the 5, number 6, Win and You're In. Troy Johnson and Maritza Weston are the owners. Carlos David is the trainer. And Luis Saez on board. 7 is Our Morning Brew, is owned by Averill Racing LLC. Safi Joseph Jr. trains. Edgar Zayas rides. And completing the field, number 8 is Bella Cleopatra. Black type thoroughbred, Swingbank Stables. Steve Addison and Campeche Stables are the owners. George Weaver trains and Javier Castellano rides. Post time for today's 7th, the 22nd running of the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies coming up in just 5 minutes. Again, a reminder, this race does start the All Stakes Late Pick 5. That pool already over $52,000. You still got 5 minutes to get involved. Two minutes to post time. Today's 7th race, the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes in 2 minutes. Pool in the All Stakes Pick 5, heading towards $90,000. We'll go well over $100,000 here in these final couple moments. Again, you still got a few minutes to get involved. Late Pick 5, All Stakes Pick 5, starting in just over 1 minute. The horse is now approaching the starting gate, 1 minute to post time. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 7th race, the 22nd running of the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Field 6 set to go 7 furlongs. Your even money favorite on the outside, Bella Cleopatra. Javier Castellano already with a winner on today's card. Took the OBS Sales Sophomore Stakes, looking to sweep the 2-year-old, or 3-year-old races rather. Here's Frida moving up. Hey Cookie to gate 2. Frida right now at 7-1. Hey Cookie at 9-2. 4 Stonehenge. La Gioconda will be the next one to join. Paco Lopez already a couple winners on today's program. Waiting for Win and You're In. Our Morning Brew and Bella Cleopatra will be all set for a start. The Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies. Kicking off this All Stakes Pick 5. Bella Cleopatra. Javier Castellano to the outside. Bella Cleopatra goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Hey Cookie sprints out for the early advantage. Between Horses, Win and You're In is set for early speed. And out wide, Our Morning Brew, part of the early mix as well. The entire group of 6 of them only separated about a length and a half as they scramble up top here. Win and You're In, Hey Cookie, they emerge 1-2. Frida to their inside, makes a lineup of 3. Then comes Our Morning Brew out wide. On the far outside, Bella Cleopatra, La Gioconda, still just 2 lengths front to back as they race as a pack up the back stretch in the Sophomore Fillies. 21-4, so there is a pace on here with the wind at their back. And up front, it's Win and You're In narrowly in front of Hey Cookie, Frida down toward the inside in 3rd. Our Morning Brew is 4th. Bella Cleopatra starting to move up on the outside is 4 wide, but gaining in the orange colors, drawn within 3 of the leader. It's 2 more back to La Gioconda. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Win and You're In has a clear lead now. It's a length and a half in front of Bella Cleopatra, who continues to gain, is now up to 2nd within a length and a half of the leader as they come past the quarter pole. Win and You're In and Luis Saez, the leaders to the top of the lane. A length and a half clear of Bella Cleopatra. Javier Castellano getting to work on her as they have 3/16 of a mile to try to reel in this leader. It's Win and You're In. Win and You're In extending now out in front by almost 3. Bella Cleopatra is second. Frida toward the inside. Third, trying to run on is Hey Cookie, but a final 16th to go, and it's Win and You're In. Win and You're In command here. Win and You're In going to win the Stonehenge Farm South. Sophomore fillies won it by about 6 in the end. Bella Cleopatra got second. Third ended up close there between Hey Cookie and La Gioconda, who closed from last. .123.23 the final time. 6-8, 4, 2, and 7. Results are now official. Win and You're In. Official winner here returns $8 for the win. Win and You're In goes over $300,000 in career earnings with this victory. Win and You're In is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Win 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 out of Hello Rosie. Was bred right here in beautiful Florida by Marion G. Montanari. Troy Johnson and Maritza Weston are the winning owners. Carlos David, the winning trainer. Luis Saez on board for the winning ride as Win and You're In takes the Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Filly Stakes. Exacta 17.20, the trifecta 38.55. Daily double, a pair of 6 is $66.50. Pick 3, $195.05. Race 8's coming up next. We'll start the late pick 4. It's the Esmark Turf Classic. Mile and an eighth, full field of 12 set to go in today's 8th race. Late pick 4 going to get underway in 25 minutes. No scratches or changes in that 8th race. Coming up in the winner's circle will be the presentation for today's 7th race. Stonehenge Farm South Sophomore Fillies. As we're happy to welcome in Mrs. Marilyn Campbell and Larry King from Stonehenge Farm South as they present to the winning connections. Jockey Luis Saez, trainer Carlos David, and the winning ownership group. Congratulations on your score here in the Sophomore Fillies. Again, happy to welcome Miss Marilyn Campbell and Larry King to the winner's circle.
Race 8 is going to kick off our late pick 4. It's the Esmark Turf Classic for registered Florida breds 4 years old and up, set at a mile and an eighth. Really cool race. We've got the defending champ, the number 8 Forever Super in. He won this race off a layoff, as he's going to be doing this time around for Trombetta. He had last run 4th, being 3 in the Grade 2 Autumn at Woodbine on the Tapeta. He'd won 2 stakes at Prescott prior to that, and this was back in November. But again, this boy does run well fresh. He's run in the money in 11 of 16 on turf, 6 of those being wins, and he's a no shy of being 2 for 2 here at Tampa. Dynamic in style and 3 for 4 at the distance. The number 9, Echo Lane, in here for Rohan Crichton. You got Luis Saez aboard, and, he's ridden him the last 4 starts, so he knows the horse well. And this fella, he was game last out. He was going wide off the turn for home, nearly went down because he clipped heels, but he managed to stay up, and then in stretch, a horse to his inside bumped into him, and he still managed to finish just a length and a quarter off Seminole Chief, who just won yesterday's Appleton Stakes at Gulfstream. Really impressive. This will be Echo Lane's first outing at Tampa, but he seems to bring his race wherever he goes. Put up a 97 buyer at Churchill in a 25 starter allowance, beating a really good field. 9 of the 11 in that race ran back to finish in the money in their next starts. 4 of them were next out winners. One of those was the runner-up Segoy, who earned a 98 buyer, scoring a stakes race at Houston, and he was already a Grade 3 winner, mind you. And you also had in third Harrow. That's a horse we know well in these parts. He won here, earning a 92 buyer figure, and then he put up a 96, getting beat just a length and 3/4 in the Grade 3 William L. McKnight. So yeah, I think this boy could prove to be tough. I do respect our 2-time Turf Classic champ Drama Chorus. He won this race in 2023 and 2022. He can still rock and roll, but there is other speed in here, so I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 4. That is Lord Eddard Stark, in for Joe Orsino. He too is making a first off the layoff. This boy is last in action, running 2 1/4 back in 7th at Gulfstream against Grade 3 competition in the William L. McKnight. And that was off a win in the H. Allen Jerkins, going 2 miles there. Now, I know he wasn't great in last year's edition of the Turf Classic, but he had a bad start from the gate. He bumped with another horse pretty dramatically. I do think there's enough speed in here to set up for him to close for a piece of it if he's ready. And Reyes, who's been aboard the last 2, is aboard today. So I'm going to go 294 in the Esmark Turf Classic, which again kicks off our late pick 4.
The horse is onto the track, post parading for today's 8th race. Starts the late pick 4. It's the 22nd running of the S-Mark Turf Classic. $110,000 for 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at a mile and 1/8 on turf. A full field of 12 starts with the number 1 Crystal Quest. Live Oak Plantation is the owners. Michael Trombetta trains. Samuel Marin rides. 2 is Forever Super. Live Oak Plantation owned. Michael Trombetta trains and Paco Lopez up. 3 is Drama Chorus. Peter Matson owns. Tim Padilla trains. Alonzo Quinones rides. 4 is Lord Eddard Stark. John Rowe is the owner. Joe Orsino trains. Leno Reyes rides. 5 is Treasure King. Lead Entertainment LLC are the owners. Victor Barboza Jr. is the trainer. Javier Castellano rides. Number 6 is Happy Is As Happy Does. Linda Martinez owns. Teresa Connolly trains. Willie Martinez up. 7 is Street Earnings. Live Oak Plantation owned. Mark Cassie trains. Dylan Davis rides. Number 8 is Boppy O. Gary Barber and DJ Stable are the owners. Mark Cassie trains. Antonio Gallardo up. 9 is Echo Lane. Anthony Rogers owns. Rohan Crichton trains. And Luis Saez rides. Number 10 is Ninja Star. Donald Ming is the owner. Kevin Rice trains. For Israel Rodriguez up. Number 11, the man up front. Shady Brook Farm and Pam Klein are the owners. Michael Yates is the trainer. And Marcos Meneses, the rider. Completing the field, number 12, Otago, Crownsway Racing, NBS Stable, and Edward DeLeva and Eli Diamont are the owners. Kelsey Danner trains, Adam Eskitza rides. Post time for today's 8th race, the S-Mark Turf Classic, at a mile and 1/8. Starting late pick 4, just 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race, the S-Mark Turf Classic, in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race, the 22nd running of the S-Mark Turf Classic. $110,000 guaranteed for 4-year-olds and up. They'll beat a mile and an eighth on the turf. 6-5 favorite is last year's winner, Forever Super. In fact, the first 3 runners are the 3 Live Oak Plantation runners. They'll be the first 3 to load in. Here comes Boppy O to gate 8. Drama Chorus and Echo Lane the next 2. Lord Edward Stark the gray to gate 4. Here's another gray, Ninja Star coming up. Treasure King coming forward. The man up front. Just waiting on Happy Is as Happy Does, and Otago will be all set to go here in today's 8th race. Late pick 4 time on Florida Cup Day. Otago, Adam Beschizza to the outside. The NBS orange and black colors. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. And stumbling and unseating the rider was Treasure King. Javier Castellano unseated there as number 5 Treasure King stumbled badly at the start. That also affected Happy Is as Happy Does, who came away a distant last. Up on the front end, it's the man up front who goes to the lead. Drama Chorus down toward the inside. Going to have to sit second. Going to switch toward the 2-path there outside of the man up front who grabs the lead into the stretch the first time around. In the second spot is Drama Chorus. Then comes a lineup of 3. Forever Super. Street Earnings is right there. And also that one's outside is Echo Lane as the loose horse joins them up to the outside. Cutting the corner is Crystal Quest, who's racing back in 7th. It's another length then back to Otago, Lord Edward Stark. They're 2.5 clear of Boppy O and Ninja Star. And a long last after the troubled beginning there is Happy Is as Happy Does. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile time. They start their journey down the back stretch, and it's the man up front who is indeed up on the lead. It's the man up front at a big price. Leads it by 4 to Drama Chorus. Forever Super, last year's champs, about 5 lengths adrift back in 3rd. Echo Lane is getting closer, 4th on the outside. Between horses then comes Street Earnings. Crystal Quest down toward the fence as they close in on this long shot leader. 46 seconds was the opening half-mile time. The man up front goes to the far turn, 3/4 in front of Drama Chorus. On the inside, Forever Super. Paco Lopez waiting for his lane is just a length and a half off the lead. Meanwhile, Echo Lane's being pushed along to go up on the outside from 4th. Trying to rally up on the extreme outside of Street Earnings. Crystal Quest stays toward the fence. Happy Is as Happy Does after that horrible beginning is launching a pretty nice rally from the back. They come into the stretch now, and Forever Super has that lane, and Forever Super coming up to quickly grab the lead away from the man up front. Now Crystal Quest, the stablemate to that one's outside. Echo Lane is 3rd. Here's Crystal Quest coming after Forever Super. Crystal Quest on the outside. Forever Super can't go with Crystal Quest. Crystal Quest and Samuel Moreno win it. Forever Super was 2nd. 3rd went to Echo Lane. 4th looked like Street Earnings. Can't tell you, jockey Javier Castellano up on his feet there talking to the medical experts. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the start of today's 8th race. .146.50 is very close to the track record set by the great Tepin, but it is a stakes record here. Breaks last year's record set by Forever Super. So Tepin's mark of 146.26 does stand to live another day. 1, 2, 9, 7, and 10. Stewards have taken down the inquiry sign. Again, the stewards ruling the number 5 stumbled on his own accord, unseating jockey Javier Castellano. Again, I can't tell you, Javier is walking along with the starter and the medical personnel over to the transportation. Results are now official, and even $30 on the win for Crystal Quest. Into the winner's circle goes Crystal Quest. 4-year-old bay colt by Uncle Mo out of Giant Crystal was bred right here in Florida by the winning owners, Live Oak. Live Oak Plantation, the winning owners. Live Oak Stud, I guess the winning breeders. Apologies. Michael Trombetta, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning score. Crystal Quest from off the pace to win the 8th race. Exacta 32.30, the trifecta 57.50, the daily double 86.90. Pick 3, 342.40. That middle pick 5 returns $5,078.95. Pick 4, ending in race 8, returns $2,654. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry that over to the 9th race, $1,708. Race 9's in 29 minutes at 4:34 p.m. Scratch 2 and 10. Scratch number 2, Dancin' and Dixie. And scratch number 10, Bedrock Birdie. Scratch 2 and 10. Field of 10 set to go, a mile and a 16th. This will be out of the home stretch starting point, so at the very top of the stretch. Coming up in just 28 minutes. Trophy presentation time in the winner's circle, as we're happy to welcome Jim Bouchard of Esmark to present the trophy for the Esmark Turf Classic to the winning connections. Congratulations to Samuel Marin, Mark Cassie, and the folks at Live Oak as Crystal Quest scores in the Esmark Turf Classic.
makes Oak Ridge Training Center truly unique is that it provides a balance between a professional thoroughbred training facility and the tranquility of a farm environment. At Oak Ridge, we are dedicated to providing a supportive training environment to help thoroughbreds be successful throughout their careers. Get access to Florida's best thoroughbred training center with Big Lick Stall Rental.
Attention race fans, we do have a jockey replacement for the number 8 Vibrant Lady. Will be ridden by jockey Luis Saez. Luis Saez will ride number 8 Vibrant Lady here in the upcoming 9th race. Again, Luis Saez will now ride number 8 Vibrant Lady in today's 9th.
Race 9 is the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf for registered Florida bred fillies and mares 3 years old and up, set at a mile and a 16th. The number 11 Mohawk Trail in for Kelsey Danner. This mare has 3 in the money finishes and 4 starts over our course. Got beat just a half length in last year's edition of the Distaff Turf, and she was coming from off the pace that day. She's versatile, but more often than not, she's more forwardly placed. She came from rolling from well out of it the start prior, also in a race that was a first off the long layoff. It was the grade 3 Honey Fox. She finished just 2.5 lengths off Chili Flag that day. I do think Mohawk Trail is going the right way. She's coming in off a 2 3/4 length confidence building score over an optional 62 field at Turfway Park. 3 have run back, all 3 in the money, 2 of them next out winners, one of those being Miss Quality Control, who earned an 82 buyer, scoring the Wintergreen Stakes for Brad Cox. Under Beskiza, who's aboard Mohawk Trail today. He fits her quite well. They won the Alley Wow and the Grade 3 Ontario Colleen together, and he was aboard in last year's Distaff Turf as well. I think she sits a forwardly placed trip, maybe just off, and then kicks on, hopefully, for the win. The number 8, Vibrant Lady, in for Cherie DeVoe. This one's got 1 turf start and 3 career outings, but she made it count. She took a maiden optional 50 at Gulfstream, going a mile over a field, which produced 3 next out winners. Now, that was a year ago, but she made a nice return to the races in January. She got the Shodo in an off-the-turf allowance at the fairgrounds. And Cherie, she's so good at spotting her horses, 21% off the layoff. This miss could run big here, even if just making her 4th career start. Going to complete the top three with the number 7. That is Lady Cha-Cha. She's in for Safi Joseph. She's run third the last 2 starts she's had, both since joining the barn and at the optional 25 N1X level. The December 28th race was declared a no contest, but last out she ran well enough to finish just a length and a half off Serene Sarafe, who was making her U.S. debut for Bill Mott, and that was a sharp final time. Lady Cha-Cha, she's been in against Stakes Company before. She ran 2 1/4 off the top in last year's Miss Gracie, and while she was well beaten later in the Cellar Shiraz, she had a bad trip that day. So we'll see how she fares here. I'm going to go 11-8-7 in the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf.
Again, reminder, if you're just joining us, a late jockey change here. Number 8, Vibrant Lady Luis Saez will now be on board. The horses on the track post-spreading for today's ninth event, the 22nd running of the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf. $110,000 guaranteed for fillies and mares. 3-year-olds and up, they'll beat a mile and a 16th on the turf. Presenting the field, number 1 is Seat at the Table. Jose Burial Jr. is the owner. Mark Cassie trains. Antonio Gallardo rides. Scratch the 2, number 3 is Lady Lala, is owned by DeBello Racing LLC. Kathleen O'Connell trains, and Hector Diaz Jr. rides. Number 4 is Princess Brittany, DeBello Racing LLC, the owners. Kathleen O'Connell trains. Jose Ferrer, the pilot. 5 is Chick Shadow. Dave McGinn is the owner. Angel Rodriguez trains. And Sammy Camacho is the rider. Number 6, Amada. Daniel Damon and Dominique D'Amico are the owners. Daniel Damon trains. And Cipriano Gill rides. 7, Lady Cha-Cha, Golden Kennel Stable. Golden Colonel Stable are the owners. Safi Joseph Jr. trains, and Edgar Zayas rides. Number 8 is Vibrant Lady. David Gordo, Denise Smith, LBD Stable, and Denali Stud are the owners. Cherie DeVoe is the trainer. Luis Saez now rides. Number 9, Dreaming of ABBA. Carolyn Von Rosenberg owns. Kathleen O'Connell trains. Samuel Marin, the pilot. Scratch the 10, number 11, Mohawk Trails, owned by NBS Stable, trained by Kelsey Danner. Adam Mesquitza is aboard. And completing the field, number 12, Let's Go Coco. Flying Finish Farm, the owners. Rory Miller trains. Marcos Meneses is aboard. Post time for today's 9th race, late pick 3. It's the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf in 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's ninth race, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf, in just 2 minutes. The horses making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. Today's ninth race, the Pleasant Acres Stallions Distaff Turf, is just 1 minute away. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's ninth race. We start the lead pick 3 here on Florida Cup Day. Field of 10 on turf. It's the 22nd running of the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. 3-1 slight favorite, number 8, Vibrant Lady. Luis Saez picking up the mount. Here is Vibrant Lady coming up. Lady Lala to gate 3. That one, stablemate Princess Brittany, will be right alongside in gate 4. Dreaming of ABBA out to gate 9. Here's Chick Shadow. Mohawk Trail coming up. As we just await Amada and Let's Go Coco will be all set for a start here. The Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Let's Go Coco to the outside. They're in the gate. And the race is on. The Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Slow start there for Amada, who hopped at the beginning. Princess Brittany flashing some good early speed. Let's Go Coco from the outside is forwardly placed. And right between them, Vibrant Lady was out in third. As they come toward the wire the first time, it's Princess Brittany a length in front of Let's Go Coco in the second position. They go 3.5 ahead already of Seat at the Table and Vibrant Lady, who are out third and fourth. Length more back to Lady Lala, who's tugging on heels there in fifth. Chick Shadows right to that one's inside in sixth. Then comes Dreaming of ABBA and Lady Cha-Cha. They race together seventh and eighth. As up front, Princess Brittany went a little wide into the turn. It's two more back to Mohawk Trail, and Amada is the early trailer. So they start their run down to the backstretch, 22 and 3, and Princess Brittany continues to race off the rail. It's Princess Brittany a length and a half in front. A seam now for Let's Go Coco. Princess Brittany now working back toward the inside. So it's Princess Brittany in front a length and a half. Let's Go Coco is second. 2.5 more back to Seat at the Table. Vibrant Lady continues on fourth, 4.5 off the top. Starting to launch a bid. On the outside goes Lady Lala, who's getting a little bit closer. Chick Shadow stays to the inside. Then comes Lady Cha-Cha. 45 and 4. It's been a very strong pace for Princess Brittany, who leads them to the far turn. Now Seat at the Table. Comes off the rail to come after this long shot leader. Vibrant Lady going to go right with that one as those two come up alongside of Princess Brittany. Seat at the Table narrowly to the front. Vibrant Lady going to go with that one. Lady Cha-Cha swings into action in the blue colors, orange cap. Mohawk Trail's even on the scene in behind. Runner's going to wheel to the far outside, trying to get through. Let's Go Coco got shut off at the rail. A final furlong left to go and a slew of chances. Lady Cha-Cha on the outside of Seat at the Table. Chick Shadow comes through along the fence. Mohawk Trail right down the far outside. They come to the final 16th of mile. Mohawk Trail. Lady Cha-Cha battles on a Chick Shadow. Mohawk Trail in front late. Mohawk Trail to win it. Lady Cha-Cha looked to grab second from Dreaming of ABBA. Third after that, Chick Shadow. Seat at the Table in Amada. Eleven, 7, 9, 5 and 1. All odd numbers on the board. 141.73 the final time. Results official. 640 on the win for Mohawk Trail. Mohawk Trail is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Pioneer of the Nile out of Iroquois Girl. She was bred right here in the sunshine of Florida by Westbury Stables, LLC. NBS Stables, the winning owner, Kelsey Danner, the winning trainer. Jockey Adam Beschizza aboard for the winning ride as Mohawk Trail comes from off the pace to win today's ninth, the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. Mohawk Trail, your ninth race winner at 2-1. Price is on the board. The exact is $16.80. The trifecta $34.05. Dime Super $38.62. Daily double $68.30. Pick three $149.65. High five was hit for $2,564. Today's 10th race is up next. The 22nd running of the NYRA Bet Sprint. 6 furlongs the distance. Scratch number 1, Pure Class. Number 1, Pure Class is scratched. Field of 9 set to go here. Post time is coming up in 25 minutes. Trophy presentation time coming up in the winner's circle here for the Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf. So we're happy to welcome Helen and Joseph Barbazon joining us from Pleasant Acres. And they will present to the winning connections. Owners NBS Stable, trainer Kelsey Danner, and Adam Beschizza. Congratulations to the connections of Mohawk Trail, your Pleasant Acre Stallions Distaff Turf winner here in 2025.
Race 10 is the Naira Bet Sprint. It is 6 furlongs on the main track for registered Florida breds 4 years old and up. And it looks like it's going to be a Saffy Exacta. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to go with the number 4 Comedy Town on top. He and the stablemate Classify, they squared off against each other in the Sunshine Sprint back on January 18th. And Comedy Town, he finished a length and a quarter the better in second. But Classify, he didn't have the smoothest of trips either. But I still think the edge goes to Comedy Town with the stakes back class. He won the 2024 Smile Sprint, earning a career best figure of 100, and followed that up collecting a natural hat trick, taking the Benny the Bull. So they stepped up against graded stakes competition, and he got the Shoto in the Grade 2 Phoenix ahead of the layoff. Now, as for that last start, he was favored, yet the best he could manage was a distant fourth in a 6-horse field in the Gulfstream Park Sprint. He was wide for much of the way, but that was really about the only excuse I could see. But hey, they aren't machines. So we'll see how he fares here today. Again, I do respect the stablemate that is the number 7 Classify. He's cutting back in distance after running fourth, beating 2.5 in an optional 62 at Gulfstream, going 7 furlongs. Had some ground loss. Was on the wrong lead later. Winner there was Caramel Chip, who had just gotten beaten neck by Grade 1 winner Nutella Fella in our Pelican Stakes. And the third place runner, Into Pleasure, who had won 2 in a row going into the race, next ran second at the level, earning a 90 buyer figure for Brian Lynch. Good group. So yeah, this is a nice horse with dimension, and you've got Dylan Davis aboard. Not going to overlook the number 3. That is Rookie, trained by Bennett. Got Camacho up. These two defended the home turf last, outscoring the Turf Dash Stakes at 5 furlongs. He came swooping in for a half-length score, earning a 95 buyer figure. The fourth placed Reef Runner, who had run third in the Gulfstream Park Turf Sprint, next got beat a nose in the Silks Runs at Gulfstream, put up a 90 buyer figure. And even the last place runner going up, he next won an optional 100 here at Tampa, wired the field. So yeah, this is a relatively lightly raced boy who is just finding his bearings, and he's got the home field advantage. Gonna go 4, 7, 3 in the Naira Bet Sprint.
The horse is on the track post-breeding for today's 10th race. This is the 22nd running of the Naira Bet Sprint. 4-year-olds and upward at 6 furlongs. Presenting the field, scratch number 1 pure class. Number 2 is Hurricane Nelson. Reeves Thoroughbred racing the owners. Christophe Clement trains. Luis Saez rides. Number 3 is Rookie. Tropic Lightning Racing LLC the owners. Gerald Bennett trains and Sammy Camacho aboard. 4 is Comedy Town. 1020 Racing and Safi Joseph Jr. are the owners. Safi Joseph Jr. trains and Edgard Zayas rides. 5 is Chrome Ghost. Richard Hayter is the owner. Gerald Bennett trains and Samuel Marin up. 6 is Mattingly, Iron Horse Racing Stable, and Harlow Stables are the owners. Joe Orsino trains. Paco Lopez rides. 7 is Classify, C2 Racing Stables owned. Safi Joseph Jr. trains. Dylan Davis, the pilot. Number 8 is Big Effect. Lawson Racing Stables are the owners. Rohan Crichton trains and Sonny Leone rides. Number 9, 46 Counts. DeBello Racing owns. Kathleen O'Connell trains. Antonio Gallardo the mount. And completing the field, number 10 is Cajun Gem. Shady Brook Farm owned. Michael Yates trains. Marcos Meneses rides. Post time for today's 10th race, the Naira Bet Sprint, coming up in 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 10th race, the Naira Bet Sprint in 2 minutes. The horses are now making their way toward the starting gate. Today's 10th race, the Naira Bet Sprint, is in just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 10th race. The Naira Bet Sprint, $110,000 up for grabs. Field of 9 here at 6 furlongs. 5-2 co-favorites, numbers 2 and 4. Out to 9-2 for the number 7, Classify, your third choice. Here is Classify up to gate 7. Rookie moving forward. Comedy Town, a big effect will be the next pair. Here is Comedy Town, and Gardzias in town to ride this one. 46 counts, and Chrome Ghost the next two. Cajun Gem going to be the final one to join. Just about set. Start the late daily double. Naira Bet Sprint. They are in the gate. And the race is on in the Naira Bet Sprint. Good start for Comedy Town, who sprints out to the early advantage. Trying to go with that one is Rookie between horses, and Hurricane Nelson toward the inside. They're 5 across the track here. Big effect, Cajun Gem out wide. So those 5 quickly up front go 2.5 ahead of Mattingly, who's back in 6th. Classify is now 7th, a length more to 46 counts in 8th, and Chrome Ghost, your early trailer as they slug it out up top with a half mile left to go. Hurricane Nelson down on the inside of Rookie. They're 1-2. Cajun Gem out wide. 21-3 was the opening quarter mile time. Hurricane Nelson and Luis Saez. They breeze by the 3/8 pole, a half length in front of Rookie. 3 deep Cajun Gem. Comedy Town waiting in the wings, just in behind is 4th, just a length and a half off the top trio. And we had one pull up there. Number 10 Cajun Gem is pulling up on the far turn. So they come around to the top of the stretch, and it's Hurricane Nelson and Rookie Those two into the lane. They're a length and a half ahead of Comedy Town, who's back in third. Chrome Ghost trying to rally up, was last, is gaining up to fourth, heading toward the inside. Hurricane Nelson still in front. Rookie and down the outside, Comedy Town. Late run Chrome Ghost up the fence. But inside the final 16th, it's Luis Saez and Hurricane Nelson. Hurricane Nelson wins the Naira Bet sprint by 2 in the end. Second looked to be Chrome Ghost. It's very close there with Comedy Town. Then came Classify, and Rookie was fifth. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking in the run around the far turn involving the 10 Cajun Gem. Two, 5, 4, 7, and 3. The stewards will be taking the inquiry sign down. Number 10 Cajun Gem pulled up while racing clear. 109.11 was the final time for the 6 furlongs. Hurricane Nelson in gate to wire fashion. 4-year-old Bay Colt by Cozad out of French Politics was bred right here in beautiful Florida by GDS Racing Stable. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, the winning owners. Christophe Clement, the winning trainer. Luis Saez aboard for the winning ride. $8 on the win. Exacta $40.40. The trifecta $78.95. Dime Super $44.41. Daily Double $16.90. The pick 3 $146.40. Dollar High 5 $2,293. Today's 11th and final race is coming up in 26 minutes. We'll run the Equistaff Sophomore Turf to close out the card. Scratch the 1 Makoa. Number 1 is scratched. Number 3 is plus 2 pounds. A field of 9 set to go. Post time in 26 minutes. Trophy presentation of the winner's circle. We welcome Acacia Courtney along with Michael Freka from Naira Bets to present the winning trophy. I should say Acacia Clement. Apologies, Acacia. Congratulations to the winning connections of Hurricane Nelson. Race 11 will close out the show in just 25 minutes.
Race 11 closes out our Florida Cup day, and this is the Equistaff Sophomore Turf for registered Florida-bred 3-year-olds set at 1.16 miles. I'm going to go with the number 4 on top. That's Latch the Hatch. In for Joe Orsino with regular rider Zayas aboard. This boy has never raced on grass, but he's shown a lot of talent in 4 career starts. He won the debut, was 4th after trying to contest the pace in the In Reality, and then ran 2nd to Neo Equos in the Slop in an allowance. Neo Equos, who has since put in 2 Shoto performances in the Fountain of Youth and the Florida Derby, is a name to respect. Then last out this way, he ran 3rd to Rookie Card in another Florida-bred allowance. That was going 7 furlongs at Gulfstream. Runner-up, Joey Muscles. He next got the Shoto in the Hutchinson Stakes. So yeah, I like that they're making a second attempt here at 2 turns for Latch the Hatch and the move to grass. His sire, Curlin's Honor, was best on turf. He put up a 100 buyer, scoring the Artie Schiller at Aqueduct going a mile, and he ran a good 4th, beating just 2 1/4 in the 2020 edition of the 8.5 furlong Sunshine Million Turf at Gulfstream. The number 7, Win with Faith. He's proven on turf. He won a main 25 at Gulfstream in a first start for Ronald Spatz, and then backed that up, overcoming a bad start and a wide trip to rally from double-digit lengths back to score an optional starter 35. So they stepped up against Stakes Company in the Colonel Liam, but wow, he got sideswiped out of the gate, which left him trailing well back of the field. He later rolled as they went for the turn for home, but he got spun out so wide. And so the fact that he finished only 7 lengths back of Mibago is impressive. The 4th place, Forge Steel, next ran 2nd, being 3/4 of a length in yesterday's Cutler Bay. So getting the Shoto in the Cutler Bay, also I will mention, was I'm Due, who Win with Faith had beaten by a length and a half in that February 8th start. He was a next out winner from that race, by the way, scoring at the level by 2 under Paco Lopez. Going to complete the top 3 in here with the number 9, that is Tank. He is trained by Carlos David. Boy's got speed, so it's not surprising that his only bad finish on the grass was in the Pulpit Stakes. That day, he was not ready when the gates popped open, and he just could not overcome that bad start at the 7.5 furlongs. He had run a good 2nd in the Armed Forces prior to that and went on to run a good 2nd to Dream On in an optional 75 following the Pulpit. That is a nice grade 1 placed Cassie runner. He had Scarecrow in 3rd. He went on to win an allowance on the synthetic at Gulfstream for Jorge Delgado, put up an 80 buyer figure. So we'll see how Tank's speed holds up here today under Saez. And that makes it 4-7-9 in the Equistaff Sophomore Turf. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back on Wednesday.
The horses onto the track, post sprinting for today's 11th race, the 22nd running of the Equistaff Sophomore Turf. $110,000 guaranteed for 3-year-old Florida breds. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on the turf course. Presenting the field, scratch the 1, number 2, Nothing Subtle. Teresa and David Palmer are the owners. Nicholas Palmer trains. Leonel Reyes rides. Number 3, Good Long Cry. Black type thoroughbred, Swinbank Stables. And Steve Atkinson and Campeche Stables are the owners. George Weaver trains. Javier Castellano aboard. 4 is Latch the Hatch. Breeze Easy LLC and Robert Cotran are the owners. Joe Orsino trains. Edgar Zayas rides. 5, Bold and Breezy. Sonata Stable the owners. Jose D'Angelo trains. Samuel Marin rides. 6 is Blue Casanova. Rolling Meadows Farm are the owners. Lester Barbizon, the 3rd trains. Richard Bracho up. 7 is Win with Faith. Laura Murphy owns. Ronald Spatz trains. Paco Lopez rides. Number 8 is Cocktail War. Carina Stable the owners. Antonio Sano trains. Dylan Davis rides. Number 9 is Tank, is owned by Aaron Dell, trained by Carlos David. Luis Saez up. And completing the field is number 10, Emmett. Rise and Sun Racing are the owners. Jose D'Angelo trains and Sammy Camacho rides. Post time for today's 11th race. The Equistaff Sophomore Turf will close out Florida Cup Day in just 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 11th race in 2 minutes. The horses now making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate 1 minute to the Equistaff sophomore turf. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 11th and final. We close out Florida Cup Day with the 22nd running of the Equistaff sophomore turf. Field of 9 here at 1.16 on the grass. Favoritism of the number 3, Good Long Cry at 2-1. 3-1 on the 7, that's Win with Faith. 4-1 on the number 9, Tank. Here's Latch the Hatch moving up. Cocktail War going forward. Just 3 more left to load. Bold and Breezy, Tank, and Emmett will be all set to close the show here on Florida Cup Day. Back at it next Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Still about 20 days of racing left this season here at Tampa Bay Downs. We hope you'll join us for those wherever you are. Emmett going into the outside, and we're all set for the finale. And the race is on the Equistaff sophomore turf. Nothing Subtle broke inward at the start. Good Long Cry away in good order. Here's Tank up from the outside. Also, Cocktail War is right there. And Latch the Hatch. It's going to be Cocktail War just in front of Tank on the outside. Down to there inside. Latch the Hatch in the red colors is away third. Just 2 lengths off the leaders. Then comes Emmett back in fourth. Good Long Cry. The favorite settles down fifth, about 6 off the top. Length and a half more to Nothing Subtle. Bold and Breezy. They race as a pair in 6th and 7th. They're 3 clear of Win with Faith, and Blue Casanova is your early trailer, about 10 or 11 off the lead of Cocktail War and Dylan Davis, who take him to the backstretch. 23-1, that opening quarter mile. Cocktail War. They start their backstretch journey. Cocktail War starts it with a length and a half lead. Over Tank in the second spot. Latch the Hatch stays third toward the inside, 3.5 off the top as Emmett joins that one to the outside. They're 2 in front of Good Long Cry, who's guided toward the outside in the clear in 5th. Meanwhile, Nothing Subtle advances down along the rail. Bold and Breezy's after that. Then a gap of 4 more back to Win with Faith, and Blue Casanova still trails. 47-3 was Cocktail War's opening half mile. They take their run toward the far turn with 3 furlongs left. Cocktail War 3/4 of a length in front of Tank in second. Now here's Good Long Cry circling up 4 wide on the outside. A Good Long Cry. Javier Castellano presses the button as they wind around to the quarter pole. Tank grabs the lead. Good Long Cry tries to go with that one, and those two face up to the top of the stretch pretty much as one. Cocktail War is now back to third. 2 more then to Emmett, who's trying to rally up the outside. Win with Faith is bursting onto the scene late, still has 5 lengths to find. Tank seems to have repelled the challenge of Good Long Cry. It's Tank by the 16th pole now, 2.5 in front. Win with Faith might get up to second, but Tank and Luis Saez win the Equistaff Sophomore Turf. Win with Faith was up for second. Third was Good Long Cry. Nine, 7, 3, 8, and 10. Your unofficial order. Please hold all tickets. Results are official. $11.20 on the win for Tank. A stakes training double for trainer Carlos David. He took the Stonehenge Farm sophomore fillies earlier on with Win and You're In. Takes the 11th and final with Tank. Late pick 5 gets you back $5,327. Here's Tank to the winner's circle, a 3-year-old bay colt by Adios Charlie out of Vegas. Bred right here in Florida by the winning owners, Arendelle. Carlos David, a training double. Jockey Luis Saez, winner on the card here is for Tank to close the show in the Equistaff Sophomore Turf. Tank, your Equistaff sophomore filly or sophomore turf winner. The end of the winner's circle. The exacta 9 and 7, 25.60. The trifecta $36.35. Dime super 47.42. Late double returns at even $20. Late pick 354.90. Late pick 4 $1,153.50. 5 out of 6 in the ultimate 6 gets you $748.32. The carryover in the jackpot rolls into Wednesday 11,000 plus. High 5 $406.80. The late pick 5 returns $5,327. Trophy presentation coming up in the winner's circle. So we're happy to welcome Mary Thomas from Equistaff joining us to present the trophy to the winning connections, including jockey Luis Saez, Carlos David, and the folks from Arundel. Congratulations to Tank, our Equistaff sophomore turf winner. Again, Mary Thomas joining us from Equistaff to present to the winning connections of Tank. Folks, that does close out the show for Florida Cup Day 2025. We thank you for joining us on this Sunday. Hope you'll make plans to join us when live racing returns on Wednesday. Racing Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the remainder of our season, with the exception of the Easter holiday. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Of course, Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the third floor of our facility. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, safe drive home, and we hope to see you back on Wednesday. Thank you to one and all who support Florida racing, and we're happy to celebrate Florida Cup with you here today. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.